As a trusted friend once put it, this place wants us dead.
Once is past all hope, mine goes.
Operation Pear Tree files show that DS Corbett has been out of contact with his common cover officer for nearly 3 months. In that time, he's believed to have actively participated in criminal offences, namely the hijack of seized goods transport ED-905, the murder of 3 AFOs, the attempted murder of a 4th, and possibly even the death of Maneet Bindra.
Corbett relayed intel on a laptop being used to communicate with the higher levels of the OCG.
Have you harvested enough information for us to impersonate the unknown user online? Yes, given time, we can simulate all the metadata.
Hargreaves crossed us, so who's he going to have crossed us to? So who do you think's the best man for the job? H is a senior police officer. Tell me I'm wrong.
The PCC is anxious for a breakthrough.
Not to worry, we're going to get our man.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
How much?
100 grand.
Haven't we underpaid, eh?
John Corbett, I'm arresting you for the murder of Webcam.
I didn't mean to kill Hargreaves, but now I have. I've crossed the line.
Mrs. Hastings, I'm Detective Sergeant Steve Arnott.
A man broke in wearing a balaclava over his face. He said he'd know why he did it.
John Corbett was the name he was given when he was adopted by the Corbett family. His adoptive mother's maiden name was McGillis. He was born in Belfast.
Does your husband have any connection to Northern Ireland?
John, they was here again, them two from anti-corruption.
What did he want?
They was asking about Northern Ireland and that. They was even asking about family over there.
Be nice to catch up.
Yeah.
Maybe you could help us by describing any of the police that raided the print shop.
I'd take photos.
Christ, how long's she been there?
I assaulted your gaffer's wife. He'll make sure I go down. There's no two ways about it.
Lee Banks.
Who the hell are you?
Superintendent Hastings. Trust me, you'd be glad you did.
You're a rat, John. A rat.
Cover it up with all this stuff, come on.
I feel terrible. I never asked you how your exams went.
Yeah, fine.
Great.
Yeah, I got a date for my interview.
Ryan here's got a date for his interview.
Yeah? Smart boy.
Guess you're gonna have to lie low from now on.
Shit. I'm gonna miss all this fun.
Cheers, Kathleen.
Ma'am, Sarge. I've traced details of John Corbett's parents. Corbett's birth name was John McGillis. His father, Anthony Patrick McGillis, was the victim of a paramilitary murder in 1984 when John was 5 years old. His mother, Anne-Marie McGillis, continued to live with John in Belfast. In 1989, Anne-Marie disappeared, believed to have been kidnapped. Her remains weren't found until 2001. There was a forensic investigation of the scene and body, but the case is unsolved.
Do we know why she was kidnapped?
According to files held at the time by the Royal Ulster Constabulary, Anne-Marie was accused of being a police informant. This is the post-mortem report from 2001. Before she was executed with a single gunshot to the head, Anne-Marie McGillis had been tortured. The post-mortem detected gunshot wounds to the wrists, knees, and ankles. Same injuries as Rush.
Cheers, Kathleen. We'll take it from here. Strictly 10-8 on this.
Man. Sarge.
In 1989, Hastings was a PC in the IUC. When he passed the sergeant's exam, he chose to transfer over here on promotion. There's nothing in his record refers to him investigating the disappearance of Anne-Marie McGillis.
There was a reference to prolonged sick leave. The only story the gaffer ever told me about those days was about getting seriously injured by a pipe bomb. Significant that should happen shortly after Anne-Marie McGillis disappeared.
Yeah. Ted.
Superintendent Hastings, I was very sorry to hear about the assault on your wife. I hope she's making a speedy recovery.
Yes, she is. Thank you.
I want to be transparent on police corruption. The public needs to know we're investigating institutionalized complicity between the police and organized crime.
Alleged complicity.
And the lack of progress puts me in an invidious position.
It's better anti-corruption doesn't exist, and it's seen to fail.
I'm being strongly advised to suppress the truth.
The truth?
That corrupt officers are winning.
Hang on a minute. It's hard enough catching criminals. Never mind bad cops.
Andrea.
Ted, you'll receive written notification AC-12's authority to investigate Operation Pear Tree has been rescinded.
You're taking us off the case, ma'am.
I've asked Detective Chief Superintendent Carmichael to drop in later. I haven't told her the reason yet.
My team just need a little bit more time, ma'am.
You've had your time. Thank you, Ted.
Ma'am.
This is a complete mess.
Of your own making. Rohan, no one wants to lie. But part of our duty is to uphold public trust, and sometimes that means having a non-exclusive relationship with the truth.
We've made repeated attempts to contact the OCG using text communication to their laptop. So far, our messages haven't been returned. Maybe they've rumbled the impersonation. Yes, it's possible.
As you know, we've been able to identify Corbett's burner phone on the targeted surveillance of his wife's communications. We've been making good progress in harvesting the metadata from his service provider. Here's a map created from historical metadata on the phone's positions. The hotspots represent habitual locations we already detected, such as his apartment and Kingsgate printing services. We've been moving on to analyse lukewarm spots, and some have been reconnoitred. We identified a nightclub in the Kingsgate area. Sir.
Sir?
I've been thinking about this nightclub. Well, I do read the reports. Meet me downstairs. I've got a plan of how we're going to proceed.
Thanks.
Ma'am.
Sir, with respect, we need to consider exactly what it is we're trying to achieve here.
You guys to name the meeting at the Palisades Shopping Centre.
They normally use audio. What's going on?
We don't even know if this is Corbett at the other end.
It's an unknown user with a new IP address, but they can achieve that using a new dongle on their computer.
Right, okay.
Referencing the Palisades meeting is an approved element of our pre-agreed responses.
Okay, so Hitch was a no-show at the meeting. He may have spotted our surveillance, but I'm backing us to be too clever to allow that to happen. I'm going to take a gamble that he was in the dark about it. Here we go. Bang, now we're cooking with gas. What next?
Our preferred option is to request information on the whereabouts of the stolen goods.
The gaffer can't authorise an undercover op and be the UCO at the same time. There's no independent decision-making. Is he even trained in undercover?
God knows. I'm gonna have to report this.
Kate, wait.
Steve, regs are regs. We don't get to decide which ones we like and which ones we
The
don't.
gaffer knows that. When my undercover was questioned, he backed me.
Look, I know he's going through a lot. I'll talk to him.
I'll come with you.
No, I'm the DI.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, I honestly don't believe it's lawful for the same senior officer to sanction an undercover operation and carry it out without consulting the head of the covert unit or some other independent officer. I also believe that whoever's TFC on this will not be able to guarantee your safety. I recommend we commence a covert surveillance operation on the nightclub with a view to apprehending Corbett, McQueen, and any other OCG nominal detected. Sir.
Okay.
Sir.
Okay. Start the surveillance.
Sir, is there something you're not telling us?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the messaging service for Mark Moffat, Kettlebell Property Partners. No one is available.
All right, Kyle.
Steve. Next time you're at Corbett. Look a quiet night so far.
Well, ideally, we want to strike when they're all there. Corbett, McQueen, Minkovic, and the rest. But Corbett's the priority. All right? Call me when he's sighted.
Off somewhere nice?
Might be.
Cheeky bastard. Bring pizza next time.
See ya.
I'm glad you called. I was worried you'd still be pissed off with me.
Who says I'm not?
Just because you got bum fluff all over your face doesn't mean you have to be an ass.
You can borrow my razor anytime.
Oi.
How's it going at work?
Weird is how it's going. We've got an acting DCS and she's great, but everyone's still talking about Hargreaves.
Looking back?
Were there any signs?
Yeah.
Are AC-12 opening an investigation into the whole of serious crime? Seeing if we're all in on it?
We haven't got the manpower. Sorry.
No. There weren't any signs. I wish there were. Guess there never are till it's too late.
You want another?
It's up to you.
Fine. I'm not, by the way, pissed off with you anymore.
Good.
Good.
Coming. Something wrong?
It's fine. Stop. Stop. Give me a minute.
Steve, don't worry, it's not a problem. Steve,
I won't be a minute.
maybe there's just too much going on with work or something. Or maybe it's something to do with your back. You hurt it really badly.
Can I help you, sir?
Bit of a quiet night, business on the slide.
Our business is fine. What's yours?
John Clayton about? I'd like to speak to him.
Wait here, sir.
Clayton, mind. Don't want to talk to anybody else.
Liz. Copper. Looking for John.
Who?
This one.
Did he show ID?
Superintendent Hastings.
Hastings. H. He said he'd come.
Gaffer went in about half an hour ago. No sign of him coming out.
Corbett?
Still on site, but McQueen and Minkovitz entered earlier tonight.
God knows what the gaffer's playing at.
So, this Eastfield job, that was Clayton's bright idea, wasn't it? Where is he? Oh. Lisa.
We need to take some precautions.
Yeah, well, I was just, talking to Miroslav here. Where's Clayton?
John's lying low. The situation got too hot for him.
All right. Well, look, I need to talk to him because this is business.
Talk to me.
Well, these Eastfield guys are going to be difficult to get out of the country, you know. We're all looking for a payday, right? Every cop in 3 counties is going to be looking for the goods, so we've got to find a way of throwing them off the scent. What better way to grease the wheels to get the head of anti-corruption? Who knows every bad cop going?
You need to be more than that.
What about Hitch? If you want to use that term.
How come you're showing your face? How come you're here on your own? No crew backing you up?
Well, there's no time. This needs to happen fast. And this is between us. We're doing things my way.
We'll take no chances.
I'd really rather you didn't.
Don't make this harder. No disrespect intended.
Do not move! Do not move! Stay where you are! Get down! Get down! Don't move! Don't move! Show me your hands! Stay there! Don't move! Stay there!
6-4, urgent message.
4-5.
No visual with the gaffer. Searching premises, unarmed, stay out till secure.
Received.
No. Keep him in the car for a while. Let's wait and see if he's being followed, yeah?
Well, what if he is?
Boss.
What happened?
There's a door into the adjoining building leading to an exit we didn't have under surveillance. I'm sorry, boss.
It's not your fault, mate. This is why I told the gaffer not to do this. Well, now I know why. The paperwork came through from the DCC's office. We got taken off the case this morning.
Shit.
Is there any leads on where they're taking it?
An all-units bulletin's been on the air for half an hour already, circulated to neighbouring forces. No ops reported.
Oh, Christ.
Well, Clayton wasn't lying. This really is some haul. Is he here?
Told you. He's lying low.
Yeah, right. Well, I need him on the inside. Don't need him banging around like some loose cannon ready to blow the gap.
What's your plan?
Well, notices will have been sent out to the port authorities and the border agencies, so I think our best option is to fly this stuff out through some private airport with slack security. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of cargo here. It's going to take a couple of flights. I think we should start with the drugs, because they'll be the easiest got rid of. We can use the Spanish connection.
What airfield?
Well, that'd be Green Hill Airdrome. At the minute, we're investigating a number of drug squad officers who are under suspicion for smuggling contraband. And it seems that Green Hill Airdrome is their preferred route out. So that's why we have to move fast, because there's only a small window of opportunity before the surveillance starts on Monday. So, first flight tomorrow night, 2 or 3 more after that. We get the whole thing wrapped up by the weekend. What do you say?
I don't believe that H would show up on his own.
Oh, right. Okay, so now I get why Clayton ended up bossing this unit. Because he would not have the temerity to piss me off. Now, you find out where Clayton is, get him in here, so I can have a proper conversation.
What you going to do, Lisa? Lisa.
The cops!
It's all right, we're all cooperating, fella.
6-4, scene secured, 2 under control, unarmed, clear to enter.
You crossed us. Not me, not me.
Shut up!
Unarmed bronze. All unarmed to move forward. Repeat, all unarmed.
Search.
6-4, 1 GSW, ambulance required.
Control, proceed. 1 subject down.
I'm arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy
I'm arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy to commit armed robbery.
You may harm your defence if you do not mention or question.
Defence if you do not mention or question something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be used in evidence.
There's no keeping this quiet.
Get down.
Alpha Charlie 452 custody.
Control, proceed.
Is it going to survive?
Becker Avenue custody. Custody are aware to place them in a dry cell until forensic processing is completed. For information, the forensic coordinator is reviewing and special team here.
Sir, I was hoping you 2 guys would save my bacon. How did you manage it?
We exploited the contact numbers from Corbett's burner. One of these was pinged at the nightclub and a live trace led us out of town. The phone was found on Miroslav Minkovic's body.
Great work. And thanks for keeping up the pretense in front of McQueen. She is our best chance of bringing Corbett in.
You'll appreciate, sir, we do need to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, well, let me save you the trouble. DCC-wise, she took us off the case. Could have been the end of AC-12. Look, I'm sorry that I didn't bring you in on what I was planning, but it was the only way. Unfortunately, Corbett has gone to ground, but my hunch is he will be back sooner rather than later with his tail between his legs. But right now, you know what? I'll give you a statement in the morning. I just want to get home.
Sir, you should remain here for your own protection.
I just want to get home. Stick a couple of AFOs outside the door.
Sir, if the OCG finds out you're not in custody, it poses a serious and credible threat to an investigation we've all worked so hard for. We need to maintain the pretense.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay.
Sir. Sir.
Oh, thought you'd be in bed.
I was worried sick.
Didn't get a chance to call.
You said your promotion meant better hours. You could be a mum as well as a police officer.
Thanks for making me feel like shit. Nice one.
Alpha Charlie 6-1, corridor secure, clear to approach.
Received. TA now.
And the doors.
Did you participate in, or are you able to provide any information on the following offences? The hijack of transport ED 905 on the 15th of February 2019. The hijack of ballistics transport BC 556 on the 27th of February 2019. And the armed robbery of the Eastfield Depot on the 5th of March 2019.
No comment.
The murders of PC Ray Randauer, PC Kevin Gresham and PC Carl Waldhouse on the 15th of February 2019 and the attempted murder of PS Jane Cafferty on the same date.
No comment.
The murder of PC Monique Bindra on or before the 23rd of February 2019.
No comment.
The murder of Detective Chief Superintendent Lester Hargreaves on the 5th of March 2019.
No comment.
Lisa, we've got a massive evidence on the organised crime group you're a member of. From the nightclub office, forensic investigators recovered a laptop computer with your fingerprints all over the keyboard. If convicted, you'll spend the best years of your life in prison.
But there is an alternative.
Our side of the inquiry is the corrupt police officers who've colluded in these offences. We need your help with that.
Witness protection. Immunity.
Provided you're not ineligible due to committing the most serious offences. Did you participate in any of the murders listed by D.I. Fleming?
No.
We'll still need to look into that, of course.
We require information on the higher echelons of the organised crime group.
You're asking a lot. I need to think about that.
There is one individual we're particularly interested in. Do you recognise the code name H?
Is your boss watching all this?
Superintendent Hastings is in custody, under investigation for his links with the OCG.
Is he H?
Sorry. No comment.
Lisa, it'd be great to have something to prove you're assisting the inquiry, to get the ball rolling with witness protection and immunity. One piece of information we require urgently is the whereabouts of John Clayton.
I ain't seen him for at least a couple of days.
Why not?
Well, we got a tip-off that there was a rat in the unit. He must have lost his bottle.
Where'd the tip-off come from?
No names. You have to find that out for yourselves. But they came from out of Blackthorn.
Maybe someone inside Blackthorn knew about Corbett from another inmate.
Well, that's a long shot. Corbett was brought in from Merseyside.
Ma'am, Saj. Government authorised police visits to Blackthorn Prison.
Cheers, Talene.
The gaffer made a visit on the 12th of March.
To Lee Banks, the only current OCG member inside.
Christ.
Well, it's there, in black and white. The gaffer found out that Corbett was the one responsible for assaulting his wife. He goes to visit Lee Banks. Lee Banks passes on a message to the OCG that there's an undercover officer in their ranks. I mean, obviously we don't know that's exactly how it happened, but...
No, we don't.
Well, you know what I've got to do.
You've got no choice, mate.
Thanks, Steve. Well, as for Corbett, let's hope he went to ground in time.
John, if you get this, you're in danger. I think your cover's been compromised. You've got to come in. I promise you you'll be treated fairly. I'll do everything I can so you can give your side of the story. Just come in, mate, before it's too late.
D.I. Fleming, Mum.
DSR not, Mum.
I've asked D.I. Randall to take notes. I've been advised you want to discuss a sensitive matter relating to AC-12's investigation into Operation Pear Tree.
I don't do this lightly, Mum. It relates to Superintendent Hastings, Mum. I have a number of concerns regarding his recent professional conduct. Specifically, there was a potentially unlawful Fahrenheit order given to DSR not, and the recovery of the stolen goods involved an unauthorized undercover operation.
God's sake.
Mom, we've also detected circumstantial evidence that Superintendent Hastings may have deliberately blown John Corbett's cover.
Oh, my God. Has Corbett been able to reach a place of safety?
We don't know yet, Mom.
We're conducting urgent inquiries, Mum, in an effort to locate you.
Given what you've disclosed, I've got no choice but to order an outside investigation into Superintendent Hastings.
Yes, Mom, we understand.
Where is he now?
We're housing him, Mom, at AC-12.
Very sorry, sir.
Oh. Oh, Jill.
What are you doing in here?
Yeah, well, this is my gambit to get the OCG nominal talking. Meanwhile, I'm cooped up in here going off me trolley. So good news, I think, yeah? You know, we managed to neutralise the OCG, get the loot back from the Eastfield job, so should be back in the DCC's good books, I'd say.
Sorry, Ted. The opposite. There's been some extremely serious allegations which need to be thoroughly investigated.
Oh, what kind of allegations?
Not at liberty to say.
I know I'm playing a bit fast and loose at the moment, but my team will back me up. They always do.
Not always.
No, I don't believe you. Name them.
Well, the officer or officers concerned have the right for their allegations to be handled in strictest confidence.
Mother of God. My own team?
I'm here as a concerned colleague to offer my sincere advice on how to avoid an embarrassing finish to a distinguished career. Now, we need to move fast. Retirement will put you out of reach of disciplinary procedures.
Yeah, but there's such a thing as reputation, you know? I mean, what are these allegations? I'll fight them. Just you watch. Who's leading the investigation?
An outside unit with an anti-corruption SIO at least one rank senior to you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Not Patricia bloody Carmichael. That one has been fast-tracked from day one. She hasn't put in the same years as the rest of us mere mortals. I'll tell you, she'll see my scalp as a step up the ladder, believe you me.
Look, Ted, I can help you. I used to be a defence solicitor, a bloody good one.
Oh, that's all right, Jill. I'll make my own arrangements, thank you.
Well, you're your own man, Ted. You always have been, but don't say that I didn't try. Which is why I wanted to be the one to notify you.
Notify me?
This is a standard letter which will accompany the Regulation 15 notice. You're being suspended from duty. I'm really sorry, Ted.
you're not meant to leave the building without DI Fleming's permission.
Kate and Steve aren't in the building, otherwise they'd have to answer to me. You tell them to get their story straight by the time I get back.
But, sir, I'm under orders to stop you leaving AC-12.
Am I under arrest?
No, sir.
Precisely.
No, there's no sign of him. Mummy's just arrived. Mum.
What the hell's going on here?
Superintendent Hastings?
Yeah?
DI Michelle Brandis, AC3.
Are you going to tell me what's going on?
Sir, Detective Chief Superintendent Carmichael asked me to keep track of your movements. I was informed you'd absconded from AC-12.
Absconded? Well, that's rich. Now, I'd just like to get to my room if all the same with you.
Sir, may I ask, what's the purpose of your visit here?
I take a hot bath and a change of clothes, for Christ's sake. Right, Constable, stand aside.
Sir, we've made arrangements to question you. Could I please ask you to accompany me to Decker Avenue Police Station?
Between you and me and the gatepost, D.I. Brandis, my patience is wearing a bit thin.
Right, Constable, stand aside. That's an order.
Sir, I've asked you politely to come to Decker Avenue.
Yeah, and I politely declined.
In that case, sir, you give me no choice but to arrest you.
On what grounds?
Well, as I'm sure you know, sir, under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984, Code G's subsection 2.9e, I have the lawful power to arrest you to further the prompt and effective investigation of an offence.
What offence? For one to get into my room to get a clean set of clothes.
Sir, I strongly recommend you cooperate.
Yeah, well, state the offence.
Edward Hastings, you are under arrest on suspicion of misconduct in a public office. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be used in evidence.
Yes, Arnold. Good. Thanks.
You all right?
All right.
It's usually you Sam calls. Everything all right with you two?
Not really.
Well, that's a shame. I thought you were getting back together.
We're not.
Sorry, mate. Thanks for the call.
You all right?
All right.
Workmen were processing this scrap when they accidentally disturbed the body bag. We've examined CCTV, and an OCG vehicle was seen in the immediate vicinity. Open it up.
If this is Corbett.
Yeah.
Take pictures of each stage of the process. There's a strong smell inside the bag. You'll see various evidence of dismemberment.
Jesus Christ. No, it's okay. You carry on. You okay, mate?
No.
I'm sorry.
No way he deserved that. What if he did blow Corbett's cover?
Doesn't bear thinking about.
DCS Carmichael asked me to pass on a message.
Yeah?
Given the possible conflict of interest, it protects all parties for you both to stay out of the building. If she needs you, we'll call you in.
Come on, mate. There's nothing we can do here. Thank you, as you were.
Anti-Corruption Unit 3 interview of Edward Hastings in the presence of his solicitor by Detective Chief Superintendent Carmichael, Detective Inspector Brandis and Police Sergeant Tranter at 17:30 on the 14th of March 2019. For the DIR, can you please identify yourself?
Superintendent Hastings.
You remain under caution. Mr. Hastings, what is your current permanent residence?
My rank is superintendent, and you will address me as such.
I'm very happy to address you, Superintendent. And in respect of your responses, ma'am, will suffice.
I do not have a permanent residence, Ma'am.
Why is that, Superintendent?
Well, because my wife and I sold the house, I am temporarily holed up in a hotel whilst seeking a more permanent accommodation.
And this would be the Edge Park Hotel room?
Yes, room 336.
Document 4 in your folders. Document 4 relates to a search of room 336 at the Edge Park Hotel today on the 14th of March. Piers Tranter will show you image 9 on screen. If you prefer, you can refer to your folder. Image 9 shows item reference MB1. Superintendent Hastings, do you recognise item MB1?
I do, Ma'am.
Image 10 on screen, please. Image 10 shows item reference MB2. Item reference MB2 is a collection of banknotes in the value of £50,000. Do you recognise item MB2, Superintendent Hastings?
I do, Ma'am.
Can you account for this substantial sum of cash?
I was in the process of returning this cash to retired Detective Chief Inspector Mark Moffat. Moffat forwarded the cash to me using false pretenses.
Dear Brandis.
Document 24 in your folders, statement given to P.S. Tranter by Mark Moffat today, the 14th of March.
In his statement, Mr. Moffat claims they're only providing further documents relating to the Kettlebell project and nothing else.
Well, the man is a barefaced liar.
I can't bear shouting. You really ought to try and be more calm.
Yeah, well, I'll be more calm when I'm not listening to a pack of lies. Did you even manage to check the banknotes for fingerprints?
Funnily enough, I have run an investigation before. Moffat provided elimination prints. They weren't detected on the banknotes.
Yeah, you'd be too smart for that. What about the envelope?
Prints were detected, but he doesn't deny handling the envelope.
Right, great.
Said cash. Why did you hold on to it?
As I said, I intended to return it.
Intended?
Yeah, well, I didn't open the package immediately, Ma'am, but the minute I spotted the cash, I called Moffat straight away.
How would you describe receiving 50 grand in a brown envelope when you're the head of an anti-corruption unit?
Suspicious.
Hey, see, we're agreeing. This is much better, isn't it? Suspicious.
Look, it was a complicated arrangement. It was an advance on funds that was due to me further down the line.
And the fact that it was in cash, what does that make you think?
Like I said, it didn't sit right.
Possibly someone was trying to hide the payment.
That's possible.
D.I. Brandis.
Document 17 in your folders. We've been given access to the accounts of Kettlebell Property Partners. We are unable to detect the sum of £50,000 credited to Edward Hastings.
Yeah, well, Moffat must have been keeping it off the books.
Well, bearing in mind that's your version of events, Superintendent. Moffat denies furnishing you with the cash.
Yeah, and I told you, the man's a liar.
My client is telling the truth. He strenuously denies Mr. Moffat's account.
Alternatively, hiding financial transactions on that scale, is that something you would normally do?
Absolutely not.
D.I. Brandis.
As part of our inquiry under police developed vetting procedures, we've been able to inspect Superintendent Hastings' financial records, documents 32 to 38 in your folders. Now, in 2014, an allegation was made by an officer under investigation by AC12, D.I. Lindsay Denton, who had fraudulently obtained access to Superintendent Hastings' financial records. At the time, Superintendent Hastings answered the allegations in writing, and the inquiry was closed, as Denton's evidence had been obtained unlawfully.
No, it was because there was no case to answer.
Our examination of your account since 2014 shows a pattern of increasing debts, each time rectified by the sale of assets. Is that why you sold the family home, Superintendent?
I don't have to answer that question.
Well, you don't really need to answer any of these questions, but that's not going to help you, is it? So far, we have £50,000 hidden in your hotel room and a history of insolvency. I think it's in your best interest to account for this, otherwise my imagination might start running away with me. I mean, there's lots of reasons why a bloke might get into debt. Hardly dare mention them. Gambling, drink, drugs, sex.
Look, it was a bad investment. You trust somebody. All I was trying to do was to secure a comfortable retirement for myself and my wife.
I'm sorry to hear that. It's your duty to declare these losses. In your position as head of an anti-corruption unit, you are uniquely vulnerable to attempts of bribery and/or blackmail. Agreed?
Yes.
There, you see, we're agreeing again. This is how I like to work. These proceedings were initially triggered by allegations of professional misconduct. Let's move on to examine those.
I'd be most grateful if you would.
I'd like to look at your professional activities on the 12th of March. Have you had an opportunity to review your diary for that day?
I have, Ma'am.
Please feel free to refer to it.
Thank you.
Did you make a visit to Blackthorn Prison?
I did.
What was the purpose of that visit?
To gather and harvest information on the organised crime group that we were in the process of investigating.
We have a copy of the governor-authorised police visit to Blackthorn Prison on the 12th of March. Is that your name recorded at 1700 hours?
Yes, Ma'am, it is.
And who is recorded as the prisoner that you visited?
That would be Lee Banks.
Did you speak with Banks on the 12th?
I did, Ma'am.
What was the content of that conversation?
Well, I questioned Banks on the personnel of the OCG and other details that might be useful to our inquiry.
Was the conversation recorded?
No, Ma'am.
Was it witnessed?
No, Ma'am.
P.S. Tranter interviewed Lee Banks.
Lee Banks refused to cooperate in our inquiry and answered no comment to all the questions put to him.
There's no corroboration of your statement, Superintendent Hastings, is there?
No, look, Lee Banks is a hardened criminal. It's like getting blood out of a stone.
Well, he talked to you.
A little.
Why?
What do you mean?
Well, you just stated that Lee Banks isn't very forthcoming. What induced him to speak to you?
Well, I am the superintendent of the team that got him banged up and put behind bars, so if he helps me with my inquiry, I'll put a word into the court so they can take into account his cooperation when it comes to sentencing. There really isn't anything very clever about that.
But visiting a prisoner with no witness, no recording, that is less clever.
For the DIR, the interviewee is not responding.
What specifically did Banks reveal to you about the OCG that helped you with your inquiry?
Only that the shots were being called by John Clayton, a.k.a. John Corbett, and one Lisa McQueen.
Let's turn to Corbett and McQueen. Your unit has been attempting without much success, as to be said, to apprehend Corbett. When was the last confirmed contact with Corbett?
Well, I'm sorry, Ma'am, I'd have to check.
We've checked. It was the 12th of March. A few hours before you visited Lee Banks in Blackthorn Prison. Now, turning to Lisa McQueen, she was interviewed by your leading investigators into Operation Pear Tree, D.I. Fleming and D.S. Arnott. We've been able to listen to the DIR of that interview.
Reading from the transcript, at McQueen, we got a tip-off there was a rat in the unit. He must have lost his bottle, he being Corbett. D.I. Fleming, where did the tip-off come from? McQueen. It came from out of Blackthorn.
Superintendent Hastings, did you reveal sensitive information to Lee Banks regarding D.S. John Corbett's undercover operation with the OCG?
No, I did not.
What would have been the consequences if you had?
Well, I think Corbett would have considered his position and sought refuge in the nearest police station.
Unless the OCG got to him first.
For the DIR, the interviewee is not responding.
I'd now like to present evidence from a forensic recovery at McDade and Company Breakers Yard.
Image 67 to 72 shows a body bag being forensically recovered from McDade and Company Breakers Yard.
The body bag contains body parts relating to a property developer who's been a missing person since 2012. Miss Jacqueline Laverty. Do you recognise Miss Laverty?
Yes, I do. She was the mistress of a police officer who was under investigation, TCI and Tony Gates.
Gates stated at the time that he was present when Miss Laverty was murdered by members of the OCG, so it's highly likely, wouldn't you agree, that this body bag was dumped by the OCG?
Yes.
Also present in the body bag were remains relating to an IC1 male aged approximately 40 years. A post-mortem has revealed that the victim died of exsanguination following a knife wound to the neck. Fingerprints and DNA match ident-1 elimination samples of a serving police officer. Detective Sergeant John Corbett. Superintendent Edward Hastings, I believe we've demonstrated you had motive to want Corbett dead.
No.
And the opportunity and means to disclose to Lee Banks that he was an undercover police officer.
No, never.
It is clear to me that the threshold test has been passed, and therefore it is my lawful right to arrest you on suspicion of conspiracy to murder John Corbett.
No.
You will be held in custody while we gather further evidence against you.
No, what is happening here? I'm being framed.
Interview terminated.
Look, I am not bent.
Thank you, Tina.
Ma'am.
I assume you've been informed.
Yes, Mum.
You did the right thing, pointing the finger at your own gaffer. It takes guts, integrity. It tells me that I can count on the two of you.
Count on us for what, Mum?
Well, today was just for starters. I'm going to prove that Hastings is H.
It's called Operation Pear Tree. Our brief was to embed an undercover officer within an organised crime group. Detective Sergeant John Corbett.
I'm just trying to get to the truth. The top brass, well, they don't want me to succeed. But there's a bent copper run organised crime, I'm sure of it.
The man that broke in, I never saw his face. He said you'd know why he'd done it.
I assaulted your gaffer's wife. He'll make sure I go down. There's no two ways about it.
10 to 45. The order is Fahrenheit.
Sir, we'll lose all of Corbett's intel.
We know that Corbett is a cold-blooded killer.
Give yourself up! Now, you shoot me, and the truth never comes out.
Lee Banks.
Who the hell are you?
Superintendent Hastings.
You're a rat, John. A rat.
What if he did blow Corbett's cover?
Doesn't bear thinking about.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
How much?
100 grand. Haven't we earned a payday?
I don't want the fiasco of Operation Pear Tree, which was not of your making. Add a disastrous coda to an otherwise distinguished career.
Cavalry, tap the volley stuff, come on.
Never asked you how your exams went.
Yeah, I got a date for my interview.
It is clear to me that the threshold test has been passed, and therefore it is my lawful right to to arrest you on suspicion of conspiracy to murder John Corbett.
No.
You will be held in custody while we gather further evidence against you.
No, what is happening here? I'm being framed.
Today was just for starters. Now I'm going to prove that Hastings is H. The inquiry into Superintendent Hastings is not a matter over which you're entitled to exercise choice. Cooperation is your lawful duty as police officers, and failure to comply is an offence under police conduct regulations. Any of you obstructing my officers can and will face arrest. But let's not fall out over this. Sure, we can all work together nicely. Yeah, Fleming, dear Sonnet, can I borrow you a minute? "7 years and counting. No one's worked more closely with Ted Hastings than you two. You've better insights into the man than anyone else in AC-12. So, what you know, I need to know, my team needs to know.
Mom, I'm not comfortable kicking the gaffer when he's down.
He recruited you?
Yes, Mom.
Mm-hmm. Stuck by you when perhaps some others wouldn't have, shagging witnesses and suspects and the like. I sympathise with your loyalties, dear Solnot, I really do. But on the other hand, we have found 50 grand stashed in his hotel room, so if I were you, I wouldn't go around professing too close a loyalty to Ted Hastings. Otherwise, people might just start suspecting you of being an accessory to his offences. H. A senior police officer sitting at the top of an institutionalised relationship between organised crime and corrupt police officers. AC-12 failed to bring him down. I won't.
Wow. 50 grand.
Ma'am, Sarge, can we talk, please?
Sure. What's up?
I've been looking into John Corbett's past like you asked me to. You said it was completely confidential and I couldn't share it with anyone.
What have you found?
May I ask what's going on in here?
Yeah, a private conversation.
Didn't you hear DCS Carmichael? We need to know everything.
It's Michelle, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, listen, Michelle, we're AC-12. We do this to other units week in, week out, so don't try telling me how it works. We're witnesses, not suspects. Now stop making a tit of yourself and piss off. Sorry, go on.
It goes back to Superintendent Hastings' service with the Royal Ulster Constabulary. When he was a PC in the 1980s, he was interviewed in connection with the disappearance of Anne-Marie McGillis.
Corbett's mum?
Yeah. The records aren't brilliant.
No, they never were in them days.
But they're being retained as the disappearance remains unsolved.
You've got this on file?
Yes, Sarge, but I've kept it security protected.
Well done. But I don't want you getting in trouble, so you should share the file with DCS Carmichael's team.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Christ's sake, Kate.
I'm just calling it as I see it, Steve. The truth comes first.
What, we just helped Carmichael hammer nails in the gaffer's coffin?
Well, you heard Carmichael. If the gaffer is found guilty, I can guarantee you it'll be us you'll be after next. Oh, we must have known Hastings was bent.
And what if the gaffer's innocent? We'll have betrayed him. He'll come after us and we'll deserve it.
Yeah, well, I don't know about you, Steve, but I'm not going to sit around and wait for a kicking off the gaffer or Carmichael when there's police work to be done.
Stand clear of the door.
Corbett's murder, Hastings' arrest. Fortunately, it will all be covered by our application for public interest immunity. Nothing need ever come out.
Unless Carmichael proves a link between Hastings and organised crime. We have to go public with that.
There's pros and cons, PR-wise. Which makes me think we need to emphasise the wording.
Wording?
Operation Petrie's objective was to examine institutionalised links between corrupt police officers and organised criminals. Most people would prefer us spending that money reducing response times, putting more bobbies on the beat. Anyway, I'll leave that with you.
Where are you going?
The inquiry into Superintendent Hastings must be above reproach. Wouldn't hurt to make sure.
This is never easy.
No.
Sorry for your loss.
We're sorry to have to ask, but we're making further inquiries into John's undercover operation.
I can't help you. Not sure I would, even if I could.
I met John a few times. He was a very brave man.
Steph, from what Merseyside police have told us about your reaction to the news of your husband's death, it has made us question some of the things you said to us when we was last here.
You're not in any trouble. We just want to do right by John.
Sit down if you like.
Thank you.
It was all an act before. John told me that was how to play it to protect him.
Going back to our visit on the 10th of March, we asked you about John's links to Northern Ireland.
He grew up over there. When his mum died, he was took in by his auntie.
Did John ever talk about his mum?
Yeah.
We've got a name, Anne-Marie McGillis.
Anne-Marie, yeah.
What did John say about her?
John never said much. To be honest, I don't know how much he ever knew. He was only a kid when it all happened, about 9 or 10.
And what happened?
The story was Anne-Marie was helping the police, and then the police betrayed her. Later on, she was an informant, and that's why she got killed.
Did John ever say there was a particular officer involved?
When he was older, his auntie said there was one that Anne-Marie had talked about. A young fella her age. I think he took a shine to her and she trusted him to look out for her. He should have, but he didn't. Or worse.
What do you mean, worse?
Something that John said. This cop, he was married, and there was a bit of scandal about him spending so much time around Anne-Marie, so maybe it suited him for Anne-Marie to go missing.
Did John have any evidence of this?
Not as I know of.
Was there a name for this officer?
If there was, I never heard her. Not from John.
Did John ever connect this family history to the undercover operation he was involved in at the time of his death?
John never told me what his jobs was about, for my own protection. And his... Why are you so interested in what happened to Northern Ireland? Is there a connection?
We don't know.
Corbett never mentioned Hastings to staff.
He was only a kid when it happened. Maybe he never knew the name.
Still, the undercover officer recruited to investigate links between the OCG and corrupt officers all the way up to H just happens to be the son of a woman murdered on the Gaffer's patch.
Well, now we know why Corbett was so convinced the Gaffer's a Ben. But what we don't know is if someone else knew about Corbett's past link to the Gaffer, or if somehow Corbett managed to put himself forward for the job.
Exactly.
Any chance of it being a coincidence?
Coincidence, my arms.
I see you've cleared everybody out. That'll save the mutual embarrassment when I'm reinstated.
DCS Carmichael had concerns about security. AC-12 had a corrupt DI who shot his way out of here.
Did you manage to get any sleep?
Not much.
Thank you, as you are.
Listen, this heavy mob that you've just parachuted in, they look a bit trigger-happy to me. But our man, Police Sergeant Kyle Ferringham, he knows this building inside out. You will not find a safer pair of hands.
Well, you just said it. He's your man. I'll stick with mine. Thank you. Second interview of Edward Hastings in the presence of his solicitor by DCS Carmichael, DI Brandis and PS Trant, who remain under caution. As you know, you may be held for up to 24 hours, at which point you will either be released or charged with conspiracy to murder John Corbett. Pausing interview.
P.S. Ferringham on official business.
What's going on?
Jill Bigelow, Senior Legal Counsel to the PCC, attending as an official observer to ensure correct procedures are followed.
Why wasn't I informed?
You just were. Thank you.
Mom?
Hi, Ted.
Resuming interview now with PCC Senior Legal Counsel observing. Mr. Hastings, how did you...
I thought, Mom, that we had agreed that I would be addressed by my rank.
Given the gravity of the charge against you, I know we'd both hate to be accused of special treatment. Best we treat you like any normal, regular person who's been accused of plotting to kill someone. Don't you agree? When did you receive confirmation that John Corbett had assaulted your wife? I'm sorry to probe. I know this must be extremely upsetting for you.
On the 12th of March,
When on the 12th of March?
during the operation to apprehend him.
Oh. I see. Talk about a pressure situation. My heart goes out to you. To have that trauma at that very same moment as being in command of armed officers surrounding John Corbett. Still, and I'm sorry about this, I do need to ask you about the events that followed. Dear Brandis.
Document 53 in your folders. Document 53 is the copy of the report made by the Tactical Firearms Commander during said operation on the 12th of March. Written on the 13th of March and received later that day by the Strategic Firearms Commander. Drawing your attention to page 3 of said report, paragraph 4. Superintendent Hastings relayed a Fahrenheit order to DS Arnott.
Did you give said order?
Yes.
What's your understanding of said order?
The authority to deploy lethal force to prevent immediate loss of life or prevent immediate danger to the public.
Responsibility for issuing said order lies with the Strategic Firearms Commander. For the order to be issued by any other officer is unlawful.
Corbett had already drawn his firearm. D.S. Arnott was facing an immediate threat to life. I was concerned that D.S. Arnott would hesitate and that Corbett would discharge his firearm. I gave the order to save my officer's life.
In your mind, having just learnt that Corbett had tortured your wife, no other motivations were at work?
None.
And that he was involved in the death of one of your officers, PC, Maneet Bindram?
Yes.
You weren't vengeful towards Corbett?
My first concern remained, as it should do for all police officers, the preservation of life.
Clearly you weren't concerned with the preservation of John Corbett's life.
I did not cause his death. He brought it upon himself when he went rogue. I take no pleasure in this, but the man had it coming to him in spades.
I'd like to return to the remarks you made to DS Railston following the assault on your wife.
That's document 60 in your folders. Document 60 is a crime report by DS Samantha Railston detailing statements made by Edward Hastings on the 8th of March. Page 2, para 3, Superintendent Hastings stated, whoever's responsible better start praying. He's up in front of the judge before I get my hands on him.
What did you mean by that?
It was rhetorical.
And what would you have done if, as per your statement, you had got your hands on him?
I would have done what any police officer would have done and arrested him for grievous bodily harm.
Which sounds like what any law-abiding officer would do.
Well, I am a law-abiding officer.
And yet on the 12th of March, you ordered DSR not to shoot John Corbett in cold blood.
To prevent an immediate loss of life.
And later that same day, you visited Lee Banks, an OCG member on remand in Blackthorn Prison.
Yeah, to harvest information on the OCG.
When DSR not quite rightly did not deploy lethal force against John Corbett, did you take matters into your own hands and disclose to Lee Banks that John Corbett was an undercover police officer?
No, I did not.
Disclosing this information with the expectation that it would be passed on to the OCG?
No.
I'm really sorry to labour something that I know you find very upsetting, but I'd like to return to the injuries that John Corbett inflicted on your wife.
If you must.
Thank you. The case was dealt with by the Serious Crime Unit.
Document 60 in your folders, drawing your attention to page 2. Para 2. When questioned, Superintendent Hastings denied knowledge of any significance to the pattern of injuries sustained by the victim.
Is that what you said to DS Railston?
Yes.
Thank you for being truthful with us. I can't tell you how much easier that makes everything. Now, as part of our inquiry, we've been given access to your service record.
Service record is summarised in document 2 in your folders. A service record indicates Edward Hastings joined the Royal Ulster Constabulary in 1982 and served as a police constable for 7 years, till his promotion to police sergeant and transfer in 1989.
Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but 7 years policing in Northern Ireland in the 1980s and you never came across a pattern of injuries that involved the wrists, knees and ankles.
Yeah, but look, you have to remember that my team had only just discovered that DS Railston's Officer Commanding Detective Chief Superintendent Lester Hargreaves was corrupt, having been an accomplice with the OCG in their armed robbery of the Eastfield depot.
So you're offering by way of an explanation that you withheld information for fear of how it would be misused by Railston?
The assault on my wife appeared to be the work of the organised crime group that we were investigating, a threat or a warning to me to suppress the inquiry. I just didn't want to give them the satisfaction of knowing how upsetting I found the whole event.
So you did appreciate the significance of the injuries?
Yes, all right. Look, if you want me to state the obvious, yes. A resemblance to punishment and or torture meted out by paramilitary and or terrorist organisations.
Indeed. So now let's turn to your service with the Royal Ulster Constabulary in the period 1982 to 89 inclusive.
Document 62. PC Edward Hastings served in West Belfast. A periodic professional assessment submitted in the summer of 1988 by Police Sergeant Thomas Cranford notes the following. Hastings appears to have a rapport with the Catholic community due to his own Catholic tendencies.
Are you able to tell us a little bit about your background?
Well, I'd really rather not.
A Catholic in the IUC, you in the minority.
I was, and am, a police officer. I do not discriminate against my fellow officers on grounds of creed, and I would appreciate the same courtesy.
Well, the sergeant writing up that IUC periodic professional assessment didn't mind referring to it.
Document 62 continued. Hastings' family background is more complicated, which may prove valuable in future assignments.
What does he mean by that?
You have to ask him.
We did.
Document 65 in your folder, statement by former police sergeant, now retired, Thomas Cranford, submitted to Anti-Corruption Unit 3 on the 14th of March. We all thought he was Protestant. Edward and Hastings, what else is the fella going to be? Turned out that was a sensitive subject. His old man was a Protestant, but he married a Catholic, and when he went off, his mum brought up young Ted that way.
Why did you leave the IUC?
Well, kind of talk we just heard being quoted didn't help.
In 1989, you suffered serious injuries.
On the 29th of June 1989, an RUC patrol vehicle drove over a pipe bomb, causing the death of PC Patrick O'Malley and serious injury to PC Edward Hastings.
2 Catholic officers targeted.
Yeah, well, it doesn't take a genius to see why I put in for a transfer.
Were you targeted for another reason?
I don't know what you're referring to.
I'd like to examine events in the period 1988 to 89, and specifically a special assignment that you took part in. Do you recognise the name Anne-Marie McGuinness?
For the DIR, I'm showing interviewees image 41, an RUC file photograph of Anne-Marie McGillis.
Mr. Hastings?
You're going back 30 years here, come on.
Oh, let's see if this can jog your memory.
Document 78 in your folders. Document 78 is a report entered into the Royal Ulster Constabulary Files on missing persons dated the 23rd of May, 1989. Anne-Marie McGillis was reported missing on the 19th of April, 1989. The night before, Tuesday the 18th of April, Anne-Marie left her son with a neighbour, informing the neighbour that she was popping out for a couple of hours to visit a friend in hospital. Anne-Marie never returned to collect her son. No witnesses came forward to reveal Anne-Marie's movements on the night she disappeared. No one known to Anne-Marie was able to identify the family friend who was admitted into hospital. The missing persons team concluded that this person didn't exist and that Anne-Marie had deceived her neighbour regarding her activities on the night she disappeared. A number of individuals known to Anne-Marie were interviewed in connection with the missing persons inquiry, and one such individual was Police Constable Edward Hastings.
Do you recall these events, Mr. Hastings?
Some.
What do you recall?
Well, Anne-Marie's husband had been murdered a few years before. Apparently he was active during the Troubles, and one of those nasty little tit-for-tat killings. Anyway, Anne-Marie, she blamed someone higher up the chain of command for her husband's death. You know, she felt that he was sacrificed needlessly. Anyway, grief, I think, made her turn to passing information to the police about terrorist activities.
She was a Chiz, an informant.
Yeah.
And did you play a role in Anne-Marie serving as a Chiz?
Yeah, well, she lived on my patch. You know, in those days it was very difficult for the RUC to enter certain areas, to put it mildly. And I think some local women found out my mother was a Catholic and that I was a Catholic too, and I think that brought a bit of trust.
You were instrumental in Anne-Marie trusting the police with information she was disclosing about terrorist organisations.
I helped, that's all.
Did you have meetings with Mrs. McGillis?
Some.
Well, according to the file, you didn't always meet Anne-Marie in covert locations. You were seen entering and leaving her home.
Yes, well, you know, I give her a hand with odd jobs. There was no man about the house.
I'm no expert in RUC covert tactics in the 1980s, but I would have thought that making it appear that a young woman from a Republican community has some kind of friendship with a police officer is only going to invite trouble, the sort of trouble that might get you targeted by a pipe bomb or get your lady friend murdered.
I object to the term lady friend.
What level of friendship was it?
What do you mean?
Well, she's an attractive young widow.
Yes, and I was a married man.
According to the file, there were rumours that the two of you were conducting an affair.
Yeah, but that's what they were. Rumours, just gossip. Drummed up by a bunch of people who are no better than they should have been.
Regardless, I'm sure you can see how your intimacy could have put Anne-Marie in jeopardy.
That's not what happened.
Did she meet a police officer to pass information on the evening of Tuesday, the 18th of April, 1989?
Yes.
You?
Yes.
What happened that night?
Well, she told me that she'd made up some story about going to visit a sick friend. She passed the information to me, and as far as I know, she returned home.
Were you involved in her disappearance?
No. As God is my witness, I was not.
According to the missing persons file, you were the last person to see Anne-Marie McGillis alive.
That is an equivocation. Detective Chief Superintendent, as well, you know.
I'll rephrase. You were the last person to admit to police in an official statement to seeing Anne-Marie McGillis alive.
I watched her walk down the street, turn the corner.
Anne-Marie McGillis trusted you implicitly.
Yes, I believe she did.
One theory considered by the RUC is that you exploited that trust to lure Anne-Marie to her death.
Completely false.
The theory being that as a Catholic, you were susceptible to relationships with the very organisations that Anne-Marie was informing on.
Look, you know, growing up back then in the 70s, you know, in the city, they were everywhere. They were part of the culture.
This sort of organisation.
Oh, come on. No, I didn't want any part of that. I became a police officer.
Anything familiar about their appearance?
No, it was a different time, a different thing entirely.
Nonetheless, they're wearing the clothing associated with organised crime groups. The AC-12 have been investigated for 7 years or more.
There's no direct connection.
Anne-Marie McGillis's remains weren't found until 2001.
Document 72. Document 72 is the post-mortem report on Anne-Marie McGillis. Cause of death was a single gunshot wound to the head. Additional gunshot wounds were detected bilaterally on the victim's wrists, knees and ankles. Lesions caused by hemorrhage indicate these gunshot wounds were inflicted when the victim was still alive.
Anne-Marie McGillis was tortured in the same pattern as that inflicted on your wife.
Yeah, but that's how they did it back then. But this does not necessitate a direct connection.
Her son, did you ever meet him?
No, she always left her some neighbours or family friends, something like that. She never wanted them involved.
When Anne-Marie disappeared, her son was orphaned at the age of 10. He was taken in by Anne-Marie's sister and her brother-in-law, who resided in Liverpool. The boy was adopted, and he took their surname. Corbett. John Corbett.
Corbett was Anne-Marie's wee fella.
Would you like to take a break, Ted?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Is there anything I can do, sir?
Just give me a minute.
Mark Moffat, D.I. Fleming.
Yes, Arnold. Do you have a minute, sir?
Oh, the sir's long gone. Mark's fine.
Don't know if you remember us from AC12.
Can you give us a minute?
Water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned. No hard feelings.
We'd like to ask you a couple of questions about your commercial relationship with Superintendent Hastings.
Ted was an original investor in a development that went south about 6 years back. We've got it back on track, so I offered Ted a buy-in to try and recoup his original losses.
And did he?
Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with the funds.
According to Superintendent Hastings, you loaned him £50,000 off book.
50?
Yeah. That's the figure we've been given.
I don't know. Ted's got that idea.
Does the name John Corbett mean anything to you?
No, sorry. If that's all.
Thanks for your time.
Give Ted my best.
Well, we drew a blank on Corbett.
Yeah, well, you saw his reaction when we mentioned the 50 grand. Something's not right. Need to find out what.
Resuming interview, you remain under caution. Now let's examine in more detail some evidence we found in your hotel room on the 14th of March.
Image 9. You recall image 9 shows item reference MB1. You recall item reference MB1 is a brown envelope addressed to you containing item reference MB2. MB2 are banknotes in the sum of £50,000.
Superintendent Hastings has already given a full and clear explanation regarding this item. To summarise, it was an unsolicited advance on future profits. Superintendent Hastings was extremely uncomfortable about the loan and telephoned Mark Moffat to return the money.
D.I. Brandis.
We took further steps to detect the source of said cash.
I told you it came from Mark Moffat.
D.I. Brandis.
Document 40 in your folders. Forensic analysis of banknotes MB2 detected microscopic pollen deposits. Pollen grains detected on MB2 were subjected to chemical analysis. The chemical structure of pollen grains detected on MB2 closely resembles the chemical structure of pollen grains detected on items of evidence gathered during AC12's inquiry into Operation Pear Tree. Said evidence are item reference JLM5 and item reference JD5. Image 12, Tina. Image 12 shows a cache of banknotes in the sum of £25,000 detected under floorboards at 21 Cleric Way.
Do you recognise the banknotes shown in the image, Superintendent Hastings?
No, I do not.
Said banknotes were detected at a property belonging to Vihan Malhotra.
Image 31. Image 31 shows item reference JD5. JD5 is a cache of banknotes in the sum of £5,000 detected at 17 Hazelton Street.
Said banknotes were detected at a property belonging to P.S. Jane Cafferty.
The similar pollen structures detected on items JD5, JLM5 and MB2 indicate a 99.5% probability the items derived from the same original source.
I have not been bribed.
The 50 grand found in your hotel room came from the same pot as that used to bribe Vihan Malhotra and P.S. Jane Cafferty. And according to evidence obtained by your own unit, those individuals were in the pay of the same organised crime group in which John Corbett was embedded.
I do not have a connection with Malhotra or Cafferty.
This bribe proves you do.
No.
Was it an inducement or a reward for telling Lee Banks the identity of the undercover officer within the OCG?
I disclosed nothing to Banks.
A disclosure which brought about the murder of John Corbett.
No.
What was Corbett onto that you were so desperate to keep hidden? I'll repeat the question. What was John Corbett onto that you were so desperate to keep hidden?
Look, you have fabricated a motive where none existed.
Who would want John Corbett dead?
What do you mean?
Well, if you didn't, who would?
Well, clearly any individual against whom John Corbett might be gathering evidence, including those members of the OCG with whom he was embedded.
Were there any specific corrupt police officers targeted by Operation Pear Tree?
Not that I'm aware of.
Document 5 in your folders. This is a copy of a document seized by AC12 on the 23rd of February from the offices of Operation Pear Tree. I direct you to page 6, paragraph 6. It remains to be determined if police officers of senior and/or executive rank are actively complicit in organised criminal activities, either as individuals or as a conspiracy. A hypothesis to be examined by the operation is that said alleged complicity is orchestrated by a single police officer of senior or executive rank. Do you recognise those words?
Yeah, I've read the file. There's a hell of a lot of ifs and buts in that.
Page 6, paragraph 8. Detective Inspector Matthew Cotton, serving in Anti-Corruption Unit 12 from 2013 until his death, recorded a dying declaration on the 18th of July 2015. Thank you, Tina.
Who's top dog, Dot? No, you're the caddy. We know that. Told. You told someone very senior. Promotion. Someone promoted you. Who? Come on, Dot. Come in, he can't talk. Right, blink with the first two letters of his name. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, H. His name begins with H. Right, second letter. A, B, C, D, E.
That's it. Out of the way. I'll start bagging.
Thank you, Tina. In his dying declaration, D.I. Cotton declared that the name of the senior officer commanding the complicity with organised crime began with H. Page 6, paragraph 8 continued. An investigation by Anti-Corruption Unit 12 concluded in 2017 that H was Assistant Chief Constable Derek Hilton. Hilton was found dead on the 5th of May 2017. However, the hypothesis must be examined that H is an officer other than Hilton. Do you recall these words?
Well, the evidence against Hilton was overwhelming. Clearly, if any new evidence came to light, AC12 would gladly investigate.
Has any other officer ever been accused of being H? I'll repeat the question. Has any other senior officer ever been accused of being H?
Yes.
Who?
The accusation was a calculated falsehood designed to sabotage a lawful anti-corruption inquiry.
Who was accused?
In an effort to sabotage an AC12 inquiry that was about to uncover his own offences, Assistant Chief Constable Derek Hilton falsely accused the senior investigating officer in order to discredit AC12, discredit the inquiry, and to protect his own wrongdoing.
The SIO being who?
Myself.
To be clear, you were served with a Regulation 15 notice.
The allegation against Superintendent Hastings was disproved.
It wasn't disproved. There was insufficient evidence to prove it.
I'd argue they're the same thing.
They're not. They're really not.
Detective Chief Superintendent, better to save the commentary and stick to asking questions. Just saying. Actually, while I've got your attention, I wonder if we can dig into the search of Superintendent Hastings' hotel room.
This has all been covered.
Not by me. What were the grounds for the search?
Section 18.5.
Well, why then does document 12 in your folders, the arresting officer's report, refer to section 32 as the legal power used to carry out the search? D.I. Brandis.
The correct search warrant was supplied.
Afterwards, yes, but initially it seems that the officers at the scene of Superintendent Hastings' arrest were under the impression that the search was being carried out under section 32. You were there at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So under what power did you carry out the search at the time?
There was some confusion.
I see that, D.I. Brandis. You carried out the search under section 32. There's even the original search form in the file.
Thank you.
As we all know, section 32 permits the search of a premises the detainee was at either at the time of his arrest or immediately prior to that arrest. I refer to document 13 in your folders. The statement given by Superintendent Hastings on the 14th of March. Superintendent Hastings states that he travelled from this office, Anti-Corruption Unit 12, to the Edge Park Hotel. Superintendent Hastings wasn't in his hotel room at the time of his arrest or immediately prior. Section 32 was the incorrect legal power. This mistake was detected and corrected only after the search. Now, as items MB1 and MB2 submitted in evidence were detected unlawfully, I can't see how the cash of £50,000 can be used in evidence against Superintendent Hastings.
Well, that is for a court to decide.
Well, given what I've heard, the judge will almost certainly exclude it. And it's the only evidence that you've got linking Superintendent Hastings to organised crime.
We should call a temporary halt, giving my team time to examine further evidence. Mr. Hastings, you'll be returned to custody and charged for release within 24 hours of your original arrest. Approximately 6 hours. Interview terminated.
May I?
Yes, yes, of course.
Jim, I don't know what to say.
I am not going to lie, Ted. It is a good job that someone was paying attention. God knows where your solicitor was during all that. Everything is in here in black and white.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I didn't see it myself.
The idea that you are corrupt is ridiculous. Clearly, Mark Moffat's lying about the money. You don't have a bent bone in your body. It'll all go away, Ted. Trust me.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
D.I. Fleming, D.S. Arnott, C. Dashu Powell. It's fine, I've got this. Mom.
Mom.
Detective Superintendent Alison Powell with D.I. Fleming, D.S. Arnott, AC12. Confirm that you grant permission for this recording.
D.I. Fleming confirmed.
DS Arnott confirmed.
We'd like to fill in some background on how John Corbett was recruited.
How was Corbett assigned as the UCO?
John was one of a number of candidates considered for the role. He presented with a distinguished record of successful operations against organised crime.
Did he come to you first, Mom? Did he volunteer?
What are you getting at, D.I. Fleming? A straight question, Mum. There was a shortlist. The candidates were evaluated. Corbett was selected as the right officer for the job.
Who selected him?
Look, I made the recommendations on Corbett. This was my operation. But you can't put all of this on me. I wasn't the only person involved.
Who else was involved in selecting Corbett?
This is off the record.
How long have we got?
Just a few hours.
Gonna have to blue light it.
We just got the email. I'm calling for authentication. Thanks.
Edward Hastings, new evidence against you has come to light. This evidence will be submitted in written form, and you and your solicitor will have 4 hours to consider this evidence.
What new evidence?
Pending further investigation, I will be seeking an extension of 12 hours to your permitted custody time.
What evidence?
Taken to the cells.
Come on, Ted, we should do as they say.
Thank you, Tina.
Ma'am.
Looks like we got him, Mum.
You nearly cost me this case. I'll be expecting a transfer request first thing in the morning.
Mrs. Corbett, we've got a new line of inquiry. We need your urgent help with it.
May we come in, please?
Yeah, thanks.
This must be awful for you, Ted.
Resuming interview with Edward Hastings, you remain under caution. Have you had an opportunity to consider with your solicitor the new documents disclosed to you?
I have.
Edward Hastings, when was the last time you were in contact with John Corbett?
Never.
And have you ever been near enough to make physical contact with John Corbett?
Never.
I'll ask you again. When were you last in physical contact with John Corbett?
I only ever saw the fellow once. It was across a very busy street during an SE12 surveillance operation. Must have been 100 yards away.
As you'll have seen in the disclosure documents, specifically document 106 in your folders, forensic examination of John Corbett's body has detected human hairs not belonging to him. Said hairs were attached to follicular cells, which permitted DNA analysis. The DNA found in these follicular cells matches that of a person on the police database who is a police officer who has submitted a DNA sample for routine elimination from crime scene contamination. As you know from the documents disclosed to you, the DNA deposits detected on John Corbett's body match your elimination samples.
I've never been within 100 yards of John Corbett.
Your DNA was found on his body. Can you explain this finding?
I can't. Must have been planted.
As a result of this evidence, I have been in consultation with the senior prosecutor in the complex case unit.
I did not kill Corbett.
She is satisfied that the evidence against you is sufficient to charge you with the murder of John Corbett.
No, I'm being framed.
I would now like to move on to examine your motive for murdering John Corbett.
I did not murder Corbett.
May I ask, given the gravity of the murder charge, why are you continuing?
I have been tasked with investigating the highest level of corruption between police officers and organised crime, the highest level.
I am not corrupt. I'm the one who's leading the fight against corruption.
The highest level is the individual codenamed H. Significantly, Cotton led AC12's inquiry into the identity of the police officer believed to be the intermediary for organised crime, codenamed the Caddy. The Caddy was identified as being Cotton himself. Superintendent Hastings was the senior investigating officer on the inquiry into H. I see an interesting parallel there.
No. There's no parallel there. I'm not H.
Still, there was an allegation that you were. Why were you so reluctant to entrust the investigation to an independent anti-corruption unit?
I wasn't.
Why did you shoot Robert Denmore?
Image 76 on screen. Image 76 shows Robert Denmore, a violent criminal with known associations to organised crime.
Denmore was incriminated in a plot to tamper with evidence in Operation Trapdoor. Denmore was shot dead by Superintendent Hastings on the ground floor of AC12's headquarters on the 4th of May 2017.
Yeah, Denmore posed an immediate threat to life, and lethal force was required to stop him. Therefore, the coroner recorded a finding of lawful killing.
The official report records there were a dozen AFOs on the scene and none of them opened fire.
In fact, according to the report, you snatched a firearm from a wounded AFO.
Yeah, I did.
The fatal round discharged by you prevented questioning of Denmore.
Prevented the loss of life.
Denmore would have been a key witness who could have confirmed Hilton as H.
Yes.
Or excluded him.
Yes, also.
You were prepared to lose that priceless evidence, the same judgment that you demonstrated on the 12th of March when you ordered DSR not to deploy lethal force against John Corbett.
Look, I told you Corbett was armed. He was responsible for the death of Monique Bindra, Lester Hargreaves. I gave the order to safeguard my officer's life.
Corbett was notifying DSR not of a meeting with a high-ranking nominal who could well have been H.
But Corbett was a liar. He was playing games with all of us.
He was a decorated undercover officer whose courageous actions in the past had brought to justice hardened members of organised criminal groups. Corbett gave DSR not alone the details of the meeting with H.
He did.
You ordered DSR not to disclose those details?
You're damn right I did. I was his commanding officer. For Christ's sake, what the hell's going on here?
And at that meeting the same day, the 12th of March at the Palisades Shopping Centre, what happened then?
Well, no meeting took place.
Well, why do you think that was?
Well, Corbett was about to be apprehended by AC12. I suspect that he, lied about the meeting at the Palisades to secure his own escape.
Or he was telling the truth, and the information was leaked to H.
We detected no evidence of a leak.
We examined your personal communications records and found no suspicious calls. However, I do need you to account for two unexplained findings. We've detected activity in the vicinity of AC12 on unregistered mobile phones, so-called burner phones, used for illicit communications. We've identified a specific burner phone. Tina, thank you.
Document 92. Document 92 is a call history of an unregistered mobile 077 00 900 856. The device shows clusters of activity in the vicinity of AC12 over the last 6 weeks and also engaged in communication with other burner phones. Cross-checking with door entry download data reveals only one AC12 officer was present in the building on every occasion 077 00 900 856 was detected. That officer was Superintendent Edward Hastings.
Is 07700 900 856 your phone?
No, it is not.
Did you dispose of the phone?
It was never a phone.
Have you ever disposed of a communications device? Tina.
Document 24. Document 24 shows screenshots from a laptop forensically recovered from the Flickr nightclub used by Lisa McQueen and John Corbett to communicate with H. As we can see, H issued his orders via text.
I'll repeat the question. Have you ever disposed of a communications device?
No.
P.S. Tranter, thank you.
As stated by DCS Carmichael, we examined communication history of Edward Hastings. Document 28 in your folders is said communication history relating to your personal registered mobile telephone and your work registered mobile telephone. From these phones, we've been able to harvest location data We detected suspicious behaviour on the 5th of March. Location data places both phones at the Edge Park Hotel around 1500 hours that day. The user then switches off both phones for the rest of the day. When location data resumes the next day, the 6th of March, the phones are back in the Edge Park Hotel.
Why did you switch off your phones?
I really don't recall.
Do you recall the significance of that date, the 5th of March?
No.
That night, the OCG carried out an armed robbery at the Eastfield depot, making away with seized goods with an estimated street value of £50 million.
Yeah, OK. Look, I'm sorry. I mean, the date must have slipped my mind.
Where were you from 1500 hours on the 5th of March?
Well, I remained in and around the Edge Park Hotel on standby for developments for SE12's surveillance operation on the Eastfield depot.
This was a hugely important operation. Wasn't it essential that you be contactable?
Well, we'd established a direct line of communication through airwave radio, and I had direct dial access to my officers. My own works phone was redundant.
Why didn't you attend the operation in person?
To ensure operational independence. D.I. Fleming, she acted as the tactical firearms commander under an independent strategic firearms commander.
The result being that your whereabouts were unknown until you made contact via an airwave radio much later that night.
Neither here nor there.
We attempted to trace your movements on the 5th of March. Do you? Thank you.
Starting from a radius of 100 metres around the Edge Park Hotel, we examined CCTV and traffic cameras, image 32.
Who's seen in this image?
Me.
What's the package you're carrying?
I'm reserving comment.
We were able to trace the taxi's journey to a drop-off point in the Moss Heath area. Again, we examined CCTV cameras in a 100-metre radius, image 33.
Who's seen in this image?
Me.
What are you doing in this image? We know from the recovered laptop from the nightclub that the OCG communicated with H via online messaging. Examination of the OCG's laptop's hard drive revealed a sophisticated rerouting system via various VPNs to disguise H's IP address. And while we're still unable to determine H's location, we know for certain that the hard drive of the computer would contain metadata proving it was used to communicate with the OCG. Evidence that he would take great pains to dispose of. Okay. Well, we shall come back to it. As we've established, the night of the 5th of March saw the OCG robbery at the Eastfield depot, able to flee Eastfield with £50 million worth of seized goods.
My decision was based on saving police officers' lives. Priceless, I would say.
H would have wanted the robbery to succeed, wouldn't he, so that he could have shared in the proceeds?
Oh, yeah. That's hypothetical.
You went to a nightclub known to be an OCG haunt in the hope of effecting a meeting without independent authorization.
Yeah, but look, you know, they'd killed Monique, they'd murdered Lester Hargreaves, they'd held up the Eastfield depot. Time was running out.
You pretend to be H successfully enough for the OCG to share with you the proceeds of the Eastfield robbery.
No, I was using them to find out where the proceeds were hidden.
Who better to impersonate H than H himself?
No, that is not what was happening. It's like I told you, look, time was running out. I was desperate.
Well, it's convenient to rationalise all this as the desperation of a failing SIO, but before we do, let's consider the communications made between Corbett and you via a computer link. Tina.
Document 105 in your folders and on screen. Document 105 is a transcript of a written message composed by you and transmitted on the evening of the 12th of March. Please look at line 3, which reads, I can definitely pull the right strings.
Note the misspelling of definitely.
Going back to earlier messages believed to have been written by H, please look at the message transmitted on the 3rd of March. Eastfield depot is definitely high risk. Again, note the misspelling.
How closely had you studied the messages by H?
Oh, yeah, quite closely.
closely enough to duplicate the misspelling of this particular word?
Yes.
You're the SIO on one of the biggest anti-corruption operations this force has ever seen, and you have the headspace to learn to spell like H.
Yes.
Isn't it more likely that you inadvertently misspelled this word?
No.
No, isn't it more likely that you made the same mistake as H because you are H?
I am not H.
Looking at another part of the impersonator message, you compose line 4, I need you to bring all this to a close. What did you mean by that?
What H meant was that the Eastfield goods were a liability and needed to be taken out of the country quickly.
It could imply another meaning, that you were giving the order to execute John Corbett.
No, absolutely not.
What private material was stored on the hard drive of the laptop computer that you erased on the 5th of March?
No, it's not relevant to this inquiry.
If we'd been able to find H's computer, we'd have the proof we needed. You disposed of your computer because you knew that it would prove beyond all reasonable doubt that you are H.
No.
Then why did you dispose of the computer?
I was looking at pornography. Nothing illegal, nothing extreme. I just did not want it to be fun, that's all.
Nothing illegal or extreme, but you went to the lengths of disposing of the computer.
Look, it was private stuff, so, you know, my wife has left me and... Jesus Christ. Look, I really don't want to discuss it.
And after you entered the nightclub as part of your, unauthorized undercover operation, you were next located where the Eastfield goods were being concealed. It was pure chance, an active burner phone inadvertently left on by an OCG member that meant you were found. We could be forgiven for thinking that you didn't want to be found.
No, that's simply not true.
The net was closing in. Your identity was slowly being unmasked. You reunited with the OCG in order to share in the profits of the Eastfield robbery.
No, look. I had risked my life and my career in order to catch them. The two most precious things to me in the whole world, I laid them on the line because I was so determined and I was so desperate that AC-12 would not fail.
Do you know, one thing I keep going back to is that dying declaration by D.I. Cotton and Tina. Thank you. Cotton, your own officer, named the top man as H, and now, finally, there's overwhelming evidence that H is you.
I'm not H.
John Corbett was proving that the trail led to your door.
No.
That's why you had John Corbett murdered.
No.
You ordered DSR not to shoot him dead.
No.
And when that plan failed, you visited Lee Banks in Blackthorn Prison and revealed to him that Corbett was an undercover police officer.
No.
But killing Corbett wasn't enough. You needed to know what he had on you, didn't you?
No.
And that was the biggest mistake that you made. Because in the final meeting with Corbett before you slashed his throat and dumped him at the breaker's yard, one of your hairs contaminated Corbett's body.
No.
Edward Hastings, H. I have been in consultation with the senior prosecutor at the Complex Case Unit, and I will now go back to her, seeking authority to charge you with the murder of John Corbett, conspiracy to commit armed robbery and malfeasance in a public office.
I think it might be helpful if Mr. Hastings is given some time with his solicitor.
Fine by me. Thank you, Tina. Well done.
Ma'am.
Interview terminated at 21:46.
Where's the AFOs?
Kyle,
Mom?
I thought there was meant to be armed support while the gaffer was being interviewed.
Looks like it's been scaled back. We're down to other operational commitments. Always is.
Okay.
You've got to hand it to Carmichael. There's a lot stacking up. And that's with setting aside the bundle of cash in your hotel room.
Yeah, which I was about to return.
All of it. Moffat denies any knowledge of the money, so nobody's put the exact sum to him. But according to the files, the amount required to buy into the property development wasn't 50 grand. It was 100. Now, if there is another 50 grand somewhere, eventually someone's going to find it. Now, I'm on your side, Ted, but if I was on a jury, I'd say this all looks damning. Now, I'm confident I can talk the PCC into applying political pressure to suppress Carmichael's investigation. Much better to blow our trumpets about recovering the stolen goods and neutralising the OCG. You'll have to accept a misconduct charge for carrying out unauthorised operations and resign from the force. No doubt AC-12 will be disbanded.
Thank you, yes. The threshold tests have been met, definitely.
What's going on?
The DCS is onto the Crown Prosecutor.
Mom?
Mom.
DS Arnott.
D.I. Fleming.
Well, the last thing I need right now is another knife in my back.
That was never our intention, sir.
Yeah. Funny way of showing it.
We've been making inquiries into some of the gaps in our understanding of Corbett's involvement in Operation Pear Tree.
Yeah. Under whose orders? Hers?
No, sir. On our own. We're just trying to find the truth. What's going on? We've gathered further information that may be relevant to your inquiry.
Well, you can brief me in private.
If it's okay with you, Mom, we intend to share our findings with Superintendent Hastings and his solicitor.
His solicitor is making calls.
Yeah, well, they've come to talk to me, and I'd like to hear what they've got to say.
Quite right. It's up to you if you want to be in on it or not.
Operation Pear Tree was originally authorised following an instruction from Rohan Sindwani, the Police and Crime Commissioner. Sindwani had made an election promise to tackle police corruption. The specific remit of Pear Tree is to examine whether complicity between organised crime and police officers has been institutionalised in this force.
Detective Superintendent Alison Powell, having no connection to Central Police, was brought in to lead Pear Tree. Powell identified suitable undercover officers from outside forces and submitted their CVs to Deputy Chief Constable Andrea Wise. Following a consultation process, John Corbett was selected to be the UCO.
Bear in mind, Corbett's background was available to be examined as part of the process. This was before his service record was erased from the database, and large portions of the Pear Tree files were redacted.
DSU Powell informed us that PCC Sindwani took no part in the selection process, but it was agreed his senior legal counsel would act on his behalf.
Don't need to remind everyone, there's been controversy surrounding undercover operations. The PCC required assurances that Pear Tree was legally watertight.
According to DSU Powell, the senior legal counsel strongly favoured Corbett and was instrumental in selecting him.
Corbett had a distinguished record handling the perils of being embedded inside an organised crime group. He was by far the best man for the job.
Miss Bigelow, when did you first become aware of John Corbett?
Or when we looked at the files to select an undercover officer.
Jill Bigelow, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be used in evidence.
Okay. Well, given that the DIR's off, I'd like to make my own personal recording. Any objections?
I think we need to take a step back, actually.
Recording on?
If you could kindly bear with us, Mom. Miss Bigelow, did you ever meet John Corbett?
I refer you to my previous response.
Yes, Arnold.
As part of our inquiry, we interviewed Corbett's widow, Stephanie. On the first occasion, she confirmed Corbett's upbringing in Northern Ireland. Following our interview with DSU Powell, we went back to Mrs. Corbett with some specific questions regarding John Corbett's recruitment to Operation Pear Tree. We managed to convince her to cooperate with our inquiry and reveal hitherto undisclosed evidence. Following a lawful search of the family home under Mrs. Corbett's guidance, we recovered items concealed by her husband. Among the items was an audio recording of a meeting between John Corbett and Jill Bigelow, which took place in January 2018, a full month before the inception of Operation Pear Tree.
Well, if such a recording exists, it's inadmissible.
It's correct that if acting on official police business, Corbett would have required authorisation from Ripon.
Yeah, well, he wasn't acting on official police business, and I can assure you that my legal team and I will move heaven and earth so that this particular recording will be heard in court.
Playing recording.
The IUC officer who betrayed your mother. His name's Hastings. Superintendent Ted Hastings.
Well, he's a super now. That's taking a piss. How do you know all this?
From a private investigator who's been looking into Hastings' past. It's all in the file, chapter and verse. You read it, and then tell me how you feel about my proposal.
I'm in, tell me now.
We're setting up an undercover operation to prove he's bent. To finally bring down the man who had your mother killed.
Oh, it's definitely him. Hastings.
Yeah.
Jill Bigelow sought incriminating material on Superintendent Hastings and then used it to manipulate John Corbett into believing Superintendent Hastings is H.
Why, Jill?
It's complicated.
We've got time.
Actually, you don't.
I'm TFC. Guns down. Stand by.
Okay, we need to shut this building down right now.
Guns down now!
Do as he says!
TFC, now.
Received, moving in.
Guns down! Hands where we can see them. Hands above your head.
Who authorised this?
We detected apparent security lapses on entering the building. The SFC authorised us to deploy firearms. All your AFOs are being disarmed as a precaution.
This burner phone, it isn't the same burner phone that I've been accused of owning by any chance, Tina, is it?
Tina number.
077 00 900 856.
Oh, yeah. There it is. You see, Jill only ever visited me when she came to AC-12. That's how you mistook this phone for mine.
TFC.
6-4, any ops on OCG?
6-4, no contacts yet. Stand by.
Looks like the cavalry's not coming over the hill.
Yeah. The last time Dot Cotton sent that message out, he was busted out in a couple of seconds. Looks like you're not as valuable as him. Or as valuable as you thought you were.
As valuable to who exactly?
Well, Jill told me that she was a defense solicitor. You're going to meet a lot of shady types doing that job. So you get some major piece of work off a serious criminal charge. They put you on a retainer. But these retainers, they come with strings attached, don't they, Jill? But I suspect that she was enticed by the glamour.
Why frame the gaffer?
It's always more palatable to offer up a rotten apple than to uncover institutionalized corruption. And as AC-12 have been a constant thorn in the side of the OCG, what better rotten apple than their commanding officer, right, Jill?
The money in the hotel room, where did that come from?
I bet you asked some of your little criminal mates to slip that through to Moffat, am I right?
There's damning DNA evidence against Superintendent Hastings.
It's hardly damning. A couple of hair follicles, come on. Hang on. Don't tell me, was that your doing, Jill?
Don't worry, Ted. I'll spare you blushes in front of everyone.
Jill used the bathroom of my hotel room. She must have taken some hairs out of the comb, passed them on to the OCG, and they planted them on Corbett's body.
Who killed Corbett? Did you give the order?
We all know confessing to conspiracy to murder will make me ineligible for immunity from prosecution.
And the institutionalized complicity between organized crime and corrupt police officers?
Have you not been listening, love? There's no such thing. I'm just one rotten apple.
Well, never mind betraying me, Jill. Never mind framing me. What about John Corbett? I mean, you let him believe that he was chasing the truth. Justice for his mother. For Christ's sake, for Anne-Marie. But instead he was chasing a lie. You set her running, then you sat around as you watched the dogs rip it apart. A tragic, senseless death.
3764, sit rep.
6-4, still no odds.
Received. Ma'am, it appears we no longer need to defend ourselves against a threat in this building. I suggest we make arrangements to transport Miss Bigelow to custody ASAP.
Agreed.
I'll take care of that, ma'am.
Thank you, Tina. Jill Bigelow, you are under arrest for perverting the course of justice and misconduct in a public office.
Sir, I'd advise you get out of the building too.
Yeah, thank you. Good.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to cuff you. Could be a trek to custody. You might want to do a loo break now.
Thank you.
Gonna have to come with you. Sorry.
3764.
6-4 receiving.
We're sending down DCS Carmichael and the gaffer will keep Jill Bigelow up here until we can provide escort.
6-4 received.
Thanks, you two. Don't know what to say.
You're welcome, sir.
Just doing our job.
It's a damn sight more than that.
Murder a cuppa. Charlie 37, request urgent casevac from AC 12 for 2 persons. 1 low velocity GSW, 1 knife wound. Jill, are you all right?
Yeah.
Steve. Steve, are you all right?
Never shot anybody.
CFTQOFC, can you confirm premises now secure and am present?
OSC, PFT, yes, confirmed. VSR not present has been made safe, ready for forensic recovery.
Think she'll talk?
She'll want to make a deal. Too fond of the finer things to do a prison stretch.
The OCG didn't think Jill was worth saving. But someone gave the order to stop her talking.
Who? What is it?
That's it, out of the way. I'll start bagging. Respiratory arrest.
My solicitor, and she's advised me to cooperate with your inquiry. But it all depends if there's definitely immunity from prosecution and witness protection. And what will help? Maybe I could do something to stop others from making the same mistakes.
Immunity from prosecution and witness protection has been agreed. There is one final gap we need to fill in. How did you know that John Clayton was an undercover officer? DS John Corbett.
Didn't. Just that he was a rat.
How?
A leak about the meeting at the Palisades. Could have only come from him.
How did that work?
John was told the top man wanted a meet at the shopping centre. We had a meeting point on one of the walkways.
was nice and public, so if anyone spotted us, they'd think twice about trying to take us out. No one else in the unit knew about the meet except for me and John. We had one of our blokes work in the shopping centre and in security. He said he'd seen the coppers waiting to ambush us, so we knew for certain the leak had to come from John.
What did Lee Banks reveal to you about John Corbett?
Only that there was a rat in the unit.
Hastings told Lee Banks about Corbett, I'm sure of it. She's lying to cover herself. She knows if she admits to killing Corbett, she forfeits immunity from prosecution.
What does Banks say?
He's still not talking.
Then without his testimony, you can't prove Hastings blew Corbett's cover. It's a dead end, Patricia. Close the case.
Mum, I think if I could
You
just
had
keep...
a bent officer on your team. Glass houses.
Which OCG members were involved in the murder of John Corbett?
A few of them. Not me. They're all dead now.
Who inflicted the fatal knife wound that caused John Corbett to bleed to death?
He's dead now, too. Miroslav Minkovic.
Are there any members of the OCG still at large?
Not that I know of.
Where I grew up, it was easy to fall in with the wrong crowd. My mum, she was off her face on drinking drugs a lot of the time. The person who made me see that there was another way to be a useful member of society was a police officer, PC Simon Banerjee. He's the reason why I wanted to become a police officer too. To help people.
Sir.
Sir. We've been re-examining Dot's dying declaration. Now, the frame it was frozen on during your interview made me spot something we've all missed. Look at Dot's left hand. Watch again.
Right, so his fingers are tapping, so?
Dot was trying to tell us something before he lost consciousness. Now, he couldn't speak due to the gunshot wound to his chest, but he could move his hand.
Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. Morse code. Dot, 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 dot.
The letter H in Morse code is 4 dots. H is not an initial. It's a clue. 4 dots, 4 caddies, 4 police staff in league with organised crime.
Dot. Hilton. Joe. Plus 1 more.
And they're still out there.
The Deputy Chief Constable and I are pleased to report Operation Pear Tree has completed a thorough investigation into institutionalised complicity between organised criminals and corrupt police officers. Its robust findings couldn't be clearer. There is no institutionalised corruption in this police force.
This constabulary will work tirelessly to root out rotten apples in its ranks. you.